How we doing? How we all doing? We're live. I hope we are. I hope we got audio. And everything's good. Oh, I can hear myself downstairs. I think Mrs. Cruncher's got me on. Shh, don't tell her. Don't tell her we're live. How is everybody then? Let's go up through the chat then. Who we got in today? We got David popped in to say hello to start with. Doesn't start till midnight. That's me thinking I'm a bit earlier. Might be all right, you know. But I hope you caught David's video the other day. That was very good. He hopes I'm going to get all those projects sorted. Martin's in. Hi, Martin and Dorf. Tim. Hi, Tim. And Peter John Fetting. Welcome, Peter. Good to see you in, mate. And yeah, thank you. Highlight of the week. Bob, how are you, mate? Live stream about your knees. I don't know. Well, it might, could be popular, Bob. You never know. Aaron's a wet and windy Penzance. Yeah, it is a bit nasty, isn't it? Oblivion. Wet, windy and crappy Wi-Fi. That's about right. Recorder, how are you, mate? $11 south of Vigo. Aaron's back from his Oblivion. Nick's in. Harvey, how you doing, Harvey? Always signing your birthday on the 11th. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, isn't it? So I think it's Remembrance Sunday today, isn't it? Is it the official Remembrance Day today, or is it on the 11th? I never know. But anyway, we've done our little tribute, and I'm wearing my my top, which I'll show you in a minute. Once I've said hello to everybody. Did I say hello to Tim? If I didn't, hello Tim. Rob's in, just back from his 13-kilometer run. Just catching up with everybody. Yeah, we're all good. Aston's in. How you doing, mate? Wet and windy down there. I know it's the same. So yeah, my shirt. I've got poppies everywhere. I am a big poppy lot. So what do you think? So, I actually play darts for the Legion Club, and this is one of my old dart shirts. I think it says it on the back. I don't know if you can see that or not. I don't know, but I'm like a huge poppy today. Oh, Remembrance Day always falls on a Sunday. Yeah, Remembrance Sunday, isn't it? But the actual 11th of the 11th is the actual hour, I believe, isn't it? Cheers, Harvey. I've got another one in there, my normal shirt, but I just thought I'd pop this one on because I struggle to stick a poppy on me. I've got one on the desk there. In fact, I got loads scattered about because I get them every year when they come round. No worries, Harvey. Blue sky and sun in the south of the Netherlands. Very nice. You rang muffled bells. Harvey's not feeling well. You rang muffled bells, Tim. What's that? Do you sort of like put something over the dangly thing, or? Anyway, everything seems to be working today, I hope. I'm a bit big in the screen. You can see all my rubbish in the background as well, look. Typical, innit? I zoomed out a little bit so you could see my shirt, but you've all seen it now, haven't you? This microphone's looking a bit erect, isn't it? What's going on with that? Sort this out. Makes the bells quieter. Oh, the clappers, right. That's better. Put mufflers on the clappers. So not to make it quite so loud. Excuse me if I'm messing with my microphone, but it looks a bit strange. So as you can see in the background here, we've got the SW55 from last week. Now, if you remember, we were messing about with the switch and it was sort of working, messing about with the local DX switch on the side. So on Monday I took it apart and had a look inside, cleaned it all out, put some deoxit in it, thought that's going to have sorted that, but it hasn't sorted it. So there's something wrong. And it was working before I recapped it. AM was working, but the audio section was all knackered. So something's amiss. And I don't know whether it's heating the board up, has increased the acidity of the electrolyte that's away at some of the transformers or coils. But anybody got any ideas? Because the other thought I had was maybe I've got a dodgy batch of caps, because I've now got 4 radios that are stuck that I can't seem to get to the bottom of why they're not working, which is annoying for me and for the customers that are patiently waiting for their radios to be repaired. So Pro 80s and SW77s seem to be, not SW77s, SW55s seem to be my nemesis at the moment. For some reason, I can't seem to fix them. Oh, Les. See, if Les was here, he'd suss this out, no problem. He'd suss this out, no worries. But yeah, I don't know what it is. The other thought I had is, like I say, I could have a dodgy batch of caps, or I've put caps in it that are very high ESR. Now, when you look at the specs for tantalum caps, they are high ESR compared to electrolytics. So maybe something that I've put in there has thrown the circuit out somehow. I don't know. I'm sort of clutching at straws a little bit, but I thought I'd try and get to grips with it. So let me see if I can find the bits and pieces. So SW55. And just get me the SW77. We've got an SW77 here that's got issues as well. So let me demo what's happening with this radio first of all then. Let's go onto the main camera. Stick me down in the corner. Benji's in. Been tied up, but not in a good way. Aston's saying that Sonys do like low ESR, so that's a possible. I know. I've been racking my brains because it's unusual to have such bad luck. You know, how many can you have that don't work? You know, what you've repaired allegedly. So let's pop this in and turn it on, and let me demo what it's doing. So it's all back together. I've cleaned everything out. I've pulled the switch apart. It's easy to get the top off the little switch, and I'm talking about this one in here, the AM DX normal local. Rob became a member. I didn't think you weren't a member. I'm not sure how you do that, Rob, but thanks, mate. You do try it. You do help out, Rob. That camera's a bit too close for good, far away clean it. How about that? That's better. Just became a sponsor, it says. But then it says you've been a member for 34 months, Rob. So I don't know how you do that, but anyway, let's turn it on. Actually, I don't know if you noticed that. I don't know when that happened. I didn't have it plugged in properly. It says turn it on, calibrate. One, 9, 8. Ah. It is there, but it's very weak. Let me just get my external aerial. They can do, Tim, if they've been knocked. But this one, as I say, it was working on AM before, because we gave it a test before I started working on it. So it's something that's changed since I've recapped it. So, you know, potentially it could be the cap. So I'm just going to connect up my external wire antenna via this thing. I'm going to do it without smashing it. See if this brings the signal up. So it hasn't. So it's like it's got a deaf front end on it. You know, really that should be up off the scale now. And that's radio 4. What else have we got? Sorry for the noise, let's just turn that down a minute. So if I compare it to this one, it doesn't work on that, does it?
Last week's general election, the SNP lost 39 seats, Labour gained 36.
But you can obviously hear that one's working.
Polling is very gloomy. The Scottish Labour's lead.
And that one I can't hear, so there's something up with the front end on it, I think. Let's try a bit further up. So definitely it helps a little bit, but you can see there's nothing on the scale there, so it's no signal at all. Let's try 5505, which is Volmat. You can barely hear it. So it's deaf as a post. So if we go to FM, no problem with FM. So the issue's in the AM circuit. And not even got the aerial up, so it's working fantastically on FM. Audio section is fine now. So we're looking at the AM, either the IF or the RF. So anybody got any ideas where you would start looking? What's with the blue? Conductive glue can be a problem. I don't think there is any in these, Tim. Does the schematic include values for the AVC voltage? Let's have a look then, Bob. And let's go to the screen. Should be there. Hopefully I'm on the screen and you can still hear me. Yeah, it looks like it. Okay. Let me just pop the chat up beside here. So, any IF transformers not used by the FM, Tim is saying. Bob is saying, does it include values for the AVC voltage? Let's have a look. I don't think it does. Bob, you think it's something to do with the AVC then, possibly? Let's get down to the nitty-gritty a bit. Memorizing stations. I mean, it could be because I've changed the caps. I need to retrim the IFs. I don't know. But it is really deaf. Considerably deaf, not just a little bit deaf, it's very deaf. Where are we? Keep going, Graham, come on. Port functions. Electrical adjustments, BFO adjustment, AM section, second local. Now, wasn't this something we had to do before to this, to one of these? But then with the second local, that would just make it off frequency, wouldn't it? It wouldn't just make it a bit deaf, surely. No worries, Bob. So we've got PLL adjustment. Again, I don't think it's out of lock because we can hear it. If it was out of lock, we wouldn't be able to hear anything, would we? So this talks about the AM/IF adjustment. 400 hertz, 30% modulation, as low as possible output. Lead wire antenna close to the set. And then stick, well, we can do that on my test set here. And adjust T4 and T5 for maximum output level. Russie, how you doing, mate? Yeah, I thought that might be what it is, but unless, you know, the other thing is maybe I've blown something off the board with the hot air. I don't know. But it's worth checking this AM/IF. That's easy enough to do. All right, Martin, catch you in a minute, mate. I think someone did put in a link to the manual last week because I pinned it to the top. I think it was you, Tim, wasn't it? I don't know if you've got the link again, Tim, have you, for the manual? FM RF, we're not interested in that really. FM stereo, no, FM's working fine. So AM/IF is these two up here, T4 and T5. So that's a possibility, that maybe we need to retrim the IF, but it does seem a bit too far out. So here's our block diagram. Let's have a look then, see where we're going. AM ferrite rod, but it's not just the ferrite, it's the external area as well. So we're coming through here, we're coming up here, so it's got to be sort of here onwards. So we're probably looking in this section here. Could be that T2 has got an open coil. Let's just go in a bit closer. Yeah, so our signal's coming in basically to this line here. You know, this is coming in from our ferrite rod, and this is coming in from our external aerial. So we've got T2, Q15 is our preamp. AMB plus, I suppose we could check that. It's coming in. We've got loads of diodes here. You know, if we've got one of these diodes down, maybe that could be causing a problem. T3. What's this doing here? Hopefully it's nothing to do with this IC here, IC2, I hope not. AGC. Now maybe this is where these voltages that you're looking for could be, Bob. Thanks, Tim. Let's pin that again for you. So if anyone wants the manual, I've pinned it at the top there. Signal trace through the various stages. So shall we inject a signal in the external antenna socket and then trace it, see if we can trace it through these stages, see where it disappears? Although we're not gonna get that signal till later on, are we? Yeah, not sure. Forgot to have some lunch today. I was too busy messing around trying to sort out a slide and some music. So if we inject into the AM external antenna, we're going to be sticking our signal down through here, down through the DX normal local. Then we've got a bandpass filter, which is just components on the board. So we should get our signal at T2. So where does it go from there? See, it's doing something here. I'm not sure what reg means. I mean, I'd assume that means regulator, but band selector, AM/IF in, AM/IF detector, detector out, AM/IF out. So IF transformers T7 by the looks of it. So how's it getting to this then? Where's this coming from? AN3. System control LCD driver. It's starting to get complex when we get down into there. I'm hoping it's going to be a little bit more straightforward than that. So definitely getting something that's being added in here. Or is it taking a signal? I think it's sampling a signal from here. AGC, there you go. I think that's what Bob was talking about. So that's our AGC signal coming up to here, Q16. So definitely worth checking Q16. Let me write some of these down a minute because otherwise I'll forget by the time we get to them. I've never got a notepad when I need one. That's typical. I've never got one. I've got loads of notepads knocking about, but I've never got one when I need one. I had to put it on my Christmas list. I did have a load of ripped up paper that I was keeping for notes. But I think maybe I've used it all. Oh no, here it is. Okay, so let me just go in from this diagram here, just things to check. So T2, we need to check for open circuits on that, or open separate coils. We need to check Q15, which is our preamp. We need to check the AGC, which is Q16. We need to check T3, which I believe is the mixer, or part of the mixer circuit. And we've got a Q17, Q18, which is the balance mixer. Then we're into our IFs, and we've got a crystal there in between as well, XF1. So T4 is the first IF. Crystal, and then T5 is also the first IF. That'll do us for a minute. Let's say it might be quicker for us to just inject a signal, as Tim has suggested. Use a notepad that's on the computer. Yeah, I could do, Joe, but that'll totally confuse me. Right, it should be back on the main screen. I don't know why that's wobbling all over the place. What's going on there then? Have I got that too far over that way? Yeah, okay. So do we stick, we can stick an IF signal through it, can't we, just to see what it does. We can stick an IF signal through. And what's the IF on this again? Let's have a look. IF, MIF. That's clever, isn't it? It doesn't actually... Volume control arbitrary. AM RF SSG 40 Hz 30% AM modulation output level as low as possible. Tune the set to the AM RF SSG signal frequency. Oh, so you don't inject the IF into it? That's a bit strange, isn't it? I don't, am I reading that? Because normally you would inject the the IF, wouldn't you? But if you look at this, AM IF adjustment just says volume control arbitrary, don't really matter. Stick it in stereo. AM RF SSG, put the lead wire close to the set. 40 Hz, 30% AM modulation output level as low as possible. Tune the set to the AM RF SSG frequency. But that's not that's not the IF frequency, is it? What's our IF frequency? Let's see if it's got it at the top in the spec. Oh, it's got two IFs, hasn't it? It's got 55.845 and then 455. So it's a dual conversion, isn't it? So which one of those should I inject, do you think? Or just inject an AM signal? After the first mixer with the scope, yeah. So am I just sticking an IF, not an IF, any signal in it? Remember to check J1 AM external antenna. Good call, Joe. Because we were messing around with this the other week, weren't we? Whips at AM, so let's just do, say, 170. I'm just stabbing away at buttons here. 170 kilohertz. It's 400 hertz. So I need to get my little coil down. I need to go and get the scope. So chucking out 170.
Car insurance claims with no quibble. And if you're...
So I mean, I'm chucking 10 millivolts into that. Let's try 50. Oh, that's going through, isn't it? I mean, that's quite a strong signal, mind you. 30% modulation frequency. Why are you doing that? Suddenly let me chuck a 1K frequency through it for some reason. Okay. So that's working. Let's try amplitude 30. It's getting through, isn't it? It's getting through. Hi, Rob. So I'm just chucking 170 kilohertz in at the moment. So DX local switch appears to be working. Let's just get you back to the main camera. Unless you're already on the main camera. So you think I should stick a 55 meg signal for it, Les? How do you mean, Les? I'm not with you. What am I getting at the end of the 55 megs IF? You mean at the end of the first IF? Where are we? So you're saying basically at the Crystal XF1 or T4, T5 Les, or Q19 even, first IF amp. Q19 maybe? The input signal, but is it amplified? I mean, I'm just putting it in from a coil of wire at the moment, Les, just coupled to the ferrite at the moment. I could put it in directly. I could put it in directly to the radio. If I lower the IF down a bit, lower the signal down. Let's go back to the main. At T4. You want me to check at the output of T4, Les, yeah? Well, it's not going to... The IF isn't going to be amplified till after Q19, is it? You need to feed in first stage 55 meg IF. Alright, mate. Alrighty. It's complex, isn't it? Right, let's get back to the main. So I've got basically this hooked up to the aerial. I don't know if I need to connect that. Let's put a really low signal and let's just put in 1 millivolt. I'm not sure if that's the right way around. I can't remember which one's ground now. Let's just check. Let's just check a minute. Ow. Cool, that's sharp. Let's get that one off for a minute. Okay, yeah, that's the right way around. So I've now got 170 going in at 1 millivolt. That's not very strong, is it? I would have expected it to be a little bit stronger than that. You can hear it, but very weak. So Les is saying to put the IF into it, which is 55.8545 megs. Can't hear anything there now. I can't hear anything with that frequency, Les. Unless I'm cracking up. Hi, Derek. Input from their T4 need to isolate feed. Input from their T4. Input to T4 is what you're saying, Les, is it? You want me to inject a signal at T4? Is that what you're saying? I'm not even in shot here, like, what's going on? So I need, you're saying I need to, you need, as you plod through the stages, it should get stronger. So you don't want me to stick this in the aerial socket then, Les? Because at the moment I can't hear anything. And if I plug that in, it's almost like it's not. It's very quiet. Welcome back, Rob. Were you saying I need to inject it at the... See if I just touch that in there. It's going through, but if I push it in fully, it's not. Chris, how you doing, mate? I don't know if those alerts are working. I can't hear them for some reason. Is it because I've not got them on here? Alerts inactive. Ah, okay. I'm not sure why that's inactive. Popped up but no sound. Just going to give the old AM socket a squirt of deoxit. Just work that in on it. Hey, thank you, Rob. No. So it's got to be the IF input, Les. I'm getting confused, Les. So what you're saying is you want me to inject that signal at the first IF. Is that what you're saying? I need to make sure that's what you mean, Les, because I don't want to pull it apart. Les, I got it. There's a delay on the chat, which is a pain in the backside, isn't it? I don't know why the notifications don't seem to be going up. It's saying that the alerts are not active. Chat hiccup? No, there's no chat hiccup, Joe. It's just a bit slower. I'm trying to get what Les means, but there's a delay, so he's probably typing stuff and I'm not seeing it very quick. So I've got to hang on and see when the chat jumps up. strong AM signal from your modulator, then trace it through the stages. Okay. But wouldn't that be the same as sticking a strong RF signal through the front end, Les? If I was to stick an AM signal, as I was doing just now, through the radio at 170 and then just trace, see where it goes lower, no? Are you useless at typing? No worries, Les. If you're getting frustrated, Les, you can always give me a call. You know that, don't you? If you're trying to tell me something. So what we're saying now is I've got to take it apart to trace it through the stages anyway, haven't I? I've got to take it apart to trace it through the stages. So let's just do that. Still got that noise ringing in my ears from the signal generator. Can't hear the fans on that. I can hear the fans on the AM generator. So we need to identify these parts of the radio. Okay, so the AM first IF amp has got a test point here, I believe, Les. Let's get you on the board so you can have a look at the markings on the board, because that might shed a bit more light on the whole situation as to where we want to test for this signal. What have we got there? A little bit of shard of metal or something. Overhead camera. Where's our overhead camera? There he is. Right, we're nowhere near close enough. Let's just go in a bit closer. Focus a bit, there we go. So we can see some test points here, can't we? Just straighten up the camera a little bit. Let's go in a bit closer. Oh, hello, that's a phone. Is that Les? I'll get it. I can't reach your phone because the thing's in the way. Hello? That's Les. Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
A second way of doing it is you took a strong signal from the AM modulating, the medium wave thing. That's going to put a belting signal. So then you can follow it through the mixer stages and see if the mixer's operating, and you are getting an output at 55 megahertz. And the first IM go through the stages like that, well, there's each
Right.
the signal down. Until you got a very weak signal
right. Oh, what? XF1. Right. Right. Yeah. All right, mate. Yeah, yeah. You can't see the screen at the moment, can you? But you can see the board there on the back. So there's some test points there. Look, I've got AM second mixer, 55.39, I believe. Is that a test point? Probably is, isn't it? I'll put you on speaker, Les, so we can all hear what you're saying then. All right, I think if we put that...
The tablet.
Ah, Les is on speaker. You're on speaker now, Les?
I'm on speaker now, Graham, yeah.
Yeah.
It might not cause a feedback, so I don't know. Did you follow what I said? Does that make sense, Graham?
Yeah. You said about either injecting or putting a strong signal in and trying to see where it goes from the modulator.
Go into the first mixer, because obviously you'll see the signal going in. Keep the signal down, weak, so only just hearing it on the receiver input, and then go to the mixer output and see at the mixer IF output, which is 55 megahertz, you should see that AM signal coming out. Doesn't matter if you've got a tone on it, but you'll see the carrier coming out at 55 megahertz.
Got you, Les, yeah.
Okay, and then go through the stage. Each stage you go through, it should get a little stronger because it's being amplified, obviously.
Yeah. I mean, I'll have to get my head in the book and try and work out where it all is on this board here.
I can see that. Yeah.
Because I've got various things. So it's got.
I couldn't see that with my eyes. I've got it there on full here, and it's fucking brilliant.
AM first IF amp. I've got AM first mixer over here, and I've got first local over here as well.
Up in that top left-hand corner.
Yeah, where I'm.
Right.
Yeah, where I'm pointing, you can't quite see. It's just out of shot. If I move it there, so that's the
right. Yes.
That's the first local is here.
Yes.
And it says AM first mixer, but this is a ground pad here.
Yes.
So it's probably this one is the first mixer, and that one's the first.
You've got a signal at that one.
At the first mixer.
Carry on, Graham.
At the first mixer, you're saying? See if I've got a signal.
Yeah. See if you've got a signal coming out at the first mixer, which should be coming out at 55 megahertz.
All right, that's interesting.
And if it's not, then there's something wrong there.
Okay, we can do that.
Sorry, excuse me.
Yes, that's all right, Les. I'm sure we won't ban you. You're fine.
Yeah, well,
you're allowed some slips.
Yeah, that transistor, it could possibly. If you're not getting anything out of there, that would be my first suspect, to be honest. So you should get 55 megahertz coming out of there, and that's your IF strip. The 455, I would imagine that's probably for the FM demodulator.
Right. Okay.
That's how it usually standardly works. But
yeah, because I can see.
I won't confuse you anymore.
I can see second mixer there, and that's got 55.38 on that.
Right, see if you've got a signal with that.
All right, mate. No worries. I'll go and get the scope.
Missing, then it's something to do with that mixer.
Right. Okay.
Are you getting anything at all? I mean, I was listening just now to the back for you, but are you getting anything at all out the speaker, or is it completely?
Yeah. No. I can hear Radio 4 on 198.
You can.
Yeah.
Right. Is it strong or is it?
No, it's really, really weak.
Right. Now, if you put an external aerial into it, does it come up? Because it could be the first.
A little tiny bit. It comes up.
It could be the first preamp.
Yeah.
You know, not the aerial preamp, but the first RF amplifier preamp.
Yeah, that's Q15, which is on my list to check.
I'm checking that. Just bypass it. Just put the aerial wire on the other side of it, and the signal pick jumps right up. There's your problem.
Yeah, all right. Good call.
Another thought about.
So put it on the collector of Q15 and
Make sure you don't store, because you have to use capacitor isolator.
yeah.
Otherwise it'll take the FET out.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Not really, no.
No, don't want to do any fatting.
You don't want to do any anti-fatting.
Nope. All right, Les.
Alright?
Yeah, no worries. Cheers for the call, mate.
That's alright, I'll let you carry on, because I don't want to confuse. And very good afternoon to everybody listening there.
Yeah, and to you, mate. And we'll
Right, Grant. Catch you later.
feel free to ring again when I get really confused.
If I come up with anything else, but give it a go, and I reckon you pretty well find it, and to be honest, by the look of that.
All right, mate.
Oh, okay, Grant. I'll catch
Cheers,
you.
Les.
Nice to speak to you anyway.
Cheers, mate. And you, mate.
Yeah, okay, Grant.
Cheers.
Catch you later.
Cheers, bye.
Yeah, bye, Grant.
Well, a live call from Les there, look. A live call from, I don't know if you could hear that call or not, but good of Les to pop in and say hello and give me some pointers. He's a clever chap, Les. Used to be TV engineer back in the day. So let me go and get the scope a minute. You can see I've got some test points there. I'm sure it doesn't tell you anything about test points in any of the manuals. It just assumes that you know. And if I knew, I'd be amazing. When I know some things, but and this is just the first of the radios that we've got to look at. I still think it might be the what am I trying to say? It might be the capacitors I've used. That's what I was trying to say. So, one scope. So I mean, I should see that frequency there anyway with the scope, shouldn't I? Let's get the main camera back on a minute. It's a bit glary. I haven't even taken the protective film off of this one yet. Look, there we go. How about that? Brand new. Shiny. So it's much easier for you to see this scope. I know we've got some funny lines going over the screen there, but you don't need to worry about that. Let's get a scope probe. Let's get a scopey probey. Loads of them. I don't know which ones are which here. That one will do. Channel 1. We've got a ground there, but it's going to be difficult to hold it on that. It's always a pain finding a ground to stick your scope probe on, isn't it? Anyway, let's turn this thing on. Now we want scope. Let's turn her on. Meg, so let's just put in 1 megahertz. That's interesting. If I touch that, I am only using the built-in ferrite at the moment. Let's just get the glare off of that. There we go. So if we look at the first mixer then, let's just check that on times 10. I need to adjust the scale on that, don't I? Nice. I'm trying to find a decent earth where I can believe this that ground. Yeah, okay. No, not trigger level. What position? Come on. So at the first mixer then we have got fifty odd megs, 56.82. So we've got 56.82 megahertz. I don't know if you can see that or not. Let's just get the camera in on the scope a little bit better. I know my head's in the way there. I'll put it at an angle so it doesn't chop off. So if I go to the what it says the AM first mixer, you can see I've got 56.82 there. First local. Not a lot of the first local. What other things we've got? Second mixer, 55.39. No. So 55.35. Maybe very slightly out, but that's the second mixer. That's the first mixer. It's got 56.82 on the. Let's write this down. Where's my pen gone? First mixer. $56.82. Second. $55.56. It's 55.35. Seems to be jumping though. 3556 for some reason. So go to the first IF transformer, Les is saying now. Right, I'm not sure which one that would be on this board. I don't really want to pull the other side of the board apart. AM first IF amp. I'm not sure where that one is. So we've got a component here. Don't like me touching that one. Put a signal in the first RF stage. Hi Bizarre, how are you? Stick a 1 meg signal near the ferrite. That's a 10 millivolt signal there at 1 meg. So where should I see that? No. No. Try and remember where everything is on these things. The problem is you've got this blimmin' bit here. So if I can just peel this off a minute. It's a damn nuisance, this stuff. When you're trying to look at a set. Right, okay. Stick that up there out of the way. Right, what have we got here now? AM second local. That's just showing a voltage here, no oscillator. Does that mean I haven't got a second local? Oh, that's a detector, sorry. That's interesting that increased when I touched that, didn't it? Yeah. You got to tune the RX to that frequency. Well, I am tuned to 1 meg. That's Les again, hang on. Hello? Yeah, can you hear me?
It was difficult to explain on the text, but you won't see that 1 megahertz signal because it's the wrong frequency for the IF. No, I'll get it more sensible here. Is that the easiest way to do this is put the radio back on 198 where you've got a signal input, and then go to the first RF stage with an aerial, outside aerial or whatever, and see if the signal comes
Right.
Did I say?
Yeah. When you say the first RF stage, are you talking about the first mixer?
On the first RF stage into the receiver, not the aerial ferrite rod preamp.
Right.
If you go to the first stage after the preamp for the ferrite, you will then go straight in to the first stage if you connect to aerial and see if the signal comes up, and then if it doesn't, go to the other side of it on the output of the RF and see if the signal jumps up. Now that'll get the first stage out of the way, and we'll go on from there, Brian. Because I don't want to say anymore because it just confuses it.
Yeah, but you need to say that again, Les. So.
Right. Okay. No worries. If you're outside aerial, right?
Yeah.
Go to the first RF stage.
Which would be where? Before the first?
Preamp stage, but the first RF amplifier on the radio.
The preamp then?
Yes.
Q15.
I got a feeling you got it blown up FET. Excuse me.
You think the preamp's knacked on it?
I do think so, yes. But I'm going to jump into the fairly wildest conclusion. But the only way to prove it is, like I say, take the aerial wire either side of the preamp and see if the signal jumps up.
All right, mate.
No.
I see what you're saying. Yeah, so you want me to...
all that buggering about with what you're doing there because you're confusing yourself, Ralph. I don't want to say any more, but there is a way of doing it to test the IF, but you've got to put an IF signal in that is on the correct frequency.
Right.
You're not going to put the 1 meg signal with a 55 megahertz IF frequency because it's not going to see it.
No, I see what you're saying.
I won't confuse anyone. Just try what I've said and see if the first RF stage is at fault.
All right, mate.
All right, great.
All right, Les.
Okay, best of luck, Graham.
Cheers, thank you.
I'll give you a ring.
All right, cheers, mate.
All right, Graham.
Thanks, bye. Bye. More or less stuff. Yeah, the radio was tuned to 1 meg. It's obviously very... So what Les is saying, I think, is to try the external aerial either side of the radio. Let's just turn that back off again. So we want it on 198. And we need to find Q15 then. Cheers, Bizarre. We're trying to talk me through this. We're trying to talk me through this. Right, so we need to find the preamp. So Les is saying go either side of the preamp. And if the signal jumps up, then it's the preamp that's the problem. So we know that the preamp, if I go to the screen, is Q15 here. It's got to find Q15 on the board. Hopefully it's on this side. Hopefully it's on this side. Q20. Well, I think there's a little thing over here that tells us what's what. So Q15 is at C11, so that's C. 11. So Q15 is here. I can't quite see that. So there's Q15, but is that on this side of the board or the other side of the board? I've got a horrible feeling it's on the other side of the board. Let's just put it on the correct frequency. 198 AM wide, and let's just lock that. Bar antenna amp. I think it is. I've got to do this via a capacitor as well, otherwise I'm going to pop it. Where's my little capacitor that I use? Let's just get the chat back up in case anyone's screaming at the screen. R90. R90. I can't see R90 there, Les. I'm just trying to get It's crazy. I had this capacitor here earlier, a little white one that I use normally. I was just clearing up my room. I just chucked it in the box here, not thinking that I'd need it. I have got other ones, but there he is. $100 NF, Les. That's what we're going with. Let's just attach that on a little bit better. Right, so preamp Q15 is there, just below T3. That's C90, Les, if that's what you mean. There's no R90 there. I'm just trying to find that on the board though. It's really confusing because I've got bar antenna amp, AM RF amp, think I may have it here on the board. Let's have a look, see if I can trace it on those tracks. Hey Joe, how are you? Okay, so what components am I looking for there? See, to me this looks like the other side of the board, although the problem is I've got a shield over the top of some of this. Test point 7 and test point 32. Derek Taffman, how are you, mate? Test point 7 and test point 32 is on the output. So where the hell are these test points? This is the thing. Can you see anything here that says where the test points are? I'm just still trying to find Q15. I think I've got a horrible feeling it's on the other side of the board. It's going to be a real pain. Surely it can't be on the other side. So we've got that one there, we've got 2 there. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling it's underneath this damn thing here. Let's go back to my main camera a minute. Yeah, I've got a funny feeling it's underneath. Underneath this shield here, I think, because can you just see AM RF there? I turned it off again. I got too many things on the bench here again. Let's turn that off for a minute. Right. So I think it's just underneath here. Can you see AM RF? Look? So they put this shield very nicely over the top of it. There is a pad there. Just turn the thing on again. Let's change frequency, that's nice of it. So I can probe that, it's not going to hurt because I've got a capacitor. Yeah, I don't know what that does. Is that the preamp? You don't have a board layout, only the circuits. I don't know if that's it there or not. I don't want to go, I don't want to kill anything, Les. Let's have a look at the schematic again. So, it's all underneath all of this lot here, isn't it? But I can't see on my picture there the aerial connections. I just got a horrible feeling it's on the other side of the board. Yeah, it's on the other side of the board. That's Q2 I'm looking at there. And that's Q1. Okay, it's on the other side of the board. That's probably why I wasn't getting it. I got a cap as a blocker, Les. So it looks like it's on the other side of this board, which means we're going to have to take the wires out for the bar antenna. Bar antenna, ferrite rod we call it. Bar antenna they call it. I can stick that somewhere where I don't lose it. We are missing something crucial though. Shall we go for Worth the Walk? Wainwright Amber. Present for my lad, well, for my son, daughter-in-law and family, grandkids. I got a nice crate of beer delivered on Tuesday. This is the official birthday stream today, don't forget. Oh. Mrs. Cruncher's been looking after me all week. Had the week off work. Well, not the week off, since Wednesday. I think Wednesday was my birthday. Right, so we need to get rid of these wires yet again. Tweezers. Disconnect this board. I'll just pop this power supply out in a minute. So there must be places on this side of the board you can test it, but it seems like Sony didn't want you to do that. Okay, so he is over here. The test points are probably on the other side of the board, I expect, but at least here I can see it. You can't. You cannot see it. You might be able to with the overhead camera, maybe, potentially. Oh, let's get rid of that chat a minute. Okay. So where are we? We are here, is where we need to be. Let's focus that. So as far as I can see, that is the one I need. So we've got T2 and T3 here, look. Which are the mixer transformers, I believe. And that one is where we need to be, I think. Oh, you got lurgy again, Les. Okay, you love it. You love the lurgy. Okay, now I think we're in business. So let me double check. That's definitely the right way around, isn't it? Yeah, those two are the right way around. So it could be one of these caps that I've got as quite high ESR, you see. Could be that that's knocking it out. So we've got trying to think where the input and where the output is on this thing. So I've got a source. I can see a source, which, hang on, we're backwards, aren't we? So source is that bottom one there. Let's see if I can hook this up again. Somehow turn it on. Are we still on 198? No, we're not on 150, aren't we? So 198. Execute. Lock. Right, let's just quickly have a look where you are. You can't see a thing. That's great. Okay, sorry it's a bit sort of out of the way, but just trying to think. Oh, it might be a bit better there. That's a bit of a quirky angle. So get the shine off it a little bit. There we go. So we've got this section here. Sounds distorted. That's the input. Nothing, I only get a signal if I probe that side. Now, what positions am I switching? Needs to be up top, I believe. It's just difficult trying to turn this so I'm getting the signal if I touch that side of it. But to be fair, that's about the same as I get when I plug an external aerial into it. So not really, it's not great there. I think that's the input to the preamp. Let me switch over. Thanks, Les. Sandra and Ben, how you doing? And thanks very much for my Prezi as well, Sandra and Ben. Sandra and Ben sent me a very nice, what do they call it, grinding pen for my birthday and a card. So it's very kind of them. So cheers. So that's not really telling me anything. Let me show you where I'm injecting that on the circuit. See if it'll let me go in a bit closer. So I'm injecting it here. Now is that the output or is that the input? I'm not sure which is which on a FET, because we've got S down there, which I'll take it as a source. If I inject here, I can hear it. Still pretty bad, very weak. If I inject here or here, I can't hear anything. So if you memorize, oh, hang on. Huh. So if I inject here, I get a signal out the radio, very weak, but I can hear it. If I inject here or here, I get nothing. Go to T3. Go to T3. Yeah, I can go to T3, Les. What am I doing with T3? Where am I going with T3? Here's T3. What I'm failing to understand is which is the input and output. Just by looking at this, I can't tell where the signal path. I assume it's going sort of. Is the signal coming out of Q15 through T2 into T3? So I'm injecting it at the input of T3 or the output of T3, Les, or both? So am I going to C91 to inject into the input, and then that's the center tap. Things I can't see. These pins are on the other side of the board. Can't quite see where that one goes. Or that one. C91 I can input the signal. So if I go at Nothing. Nothing at C91. Let's try C98. Let's... No, not really getting anything there. Let me just see if I can go to the other side of the board a minute. Oh, let's inject on the input of that one, which is there. No, not getting anything. Not getting a decent signal there. It should be really loud. Am I going further back in the stage? Is it my aerial socket, maybe? Yeah, so I'm not getting anything by injecting on any of these pins. Sorry, these pins here. So I've tried both sides of this and all three of those. C90. C90. No, nothing less. Definitely on 198 still. You're still on one. Oh, I was on 198. So the only place I'm getting a signal is if I inject there. Yeah. Yeah, we got the 55 megs IF bazaar. We've definitely got that. We can measure that with a scope. So we've got the 55 megs. We've got 56.82 at the first mixer and 55.35 at the second. So go back to the overhead camera. So as I say, injecting just here. Oh, some things come off. So we can hear the radio there if we inject there. Is there a supply voltage on the FET? Let's have a look. Let's try main. Supply voltage on the FET. So let's see if I can find a ground. That looks like a ground there. Made me a little probe again. Let's have a look at the three legs of the FET. So first one where we got the signal, we've got, if that is a ground, is that a ground though? Where's another ground here? I don't know if that is a ground or not. There's a severe lack of grounds on these boards, isn't there? Is that a ground there? No. That'll be ground. .73. So at 3.8 volts on it by the looks of it on the top leg. So I think that's the source. So I've got 0.7 on the source. I've got 3.8 on that one. And the one where I've got the signal, I've got nothing really. I need to get my schematic read so I can see, I can look at it while you're doing. Roger Perry, welcome mate. Try working back from the audio amp. The problem is that it doesn't seem that there's a very weak signal going through it. We need to get to the schematic really. Have a look at that. I mean, there's nothing there that I have done that could be causing the problem. I don't know. Doesn't really show gain. I mean, it's I'm injecting into, well, I'm putting a signal directly into the now is that the gate? I'll have to get me head around the FET layout again. Dear, oh dear. Yeah, so that's the gate. So if I put the signal here, the aerial wire here, I can hear it. I can hear the signal. I can hear the station, if you know what I mean. If I put it on the source or the drain, I get nothing. I can only get a signal through if I put it on the gate, if that makes sense. I thought we'd come back a little bit and have a look at the schematic. Let's have a look here. Right, shortwave RF amp. Q5. Right, where's Q15 gone then when you want it? What's a band pass? Where the hell are we here? Q9. It's just loads of stuff in this thing. They don't make it easy, do they? You follow the external antenna through. This is the signal path here, through this way. It's our bandpass filter. We've got this switching stuff. Right, there we go. So yes, if I inject there, I can get it. I can get the signal. Test point 32 by T3. I don't know where that is. But basically, if I inject here or here, you know, if I'm sticking the aerial directly into that, I don't suppose it's amplifying that though, is it? If I'm putting it here, it must be working and amplifying. Yeah, it must be amplifying to get to work there, isn't it? So yeah, it must be coming through. I mean, me putting the signal there that's no good at all, is it? Because that's unamplified. It's not got the preamp stage on it. So that surely proves that is working, but it's still not a very strong signal. You would have thought putting it in there directly, it would have been blowing my ears off. Go in at TP32. Now, are you talking with the RF, just with the aerial, Les, yeah? Because I've done that. TP32, and I've lost my capacitor off the end. TP32. Yeah, I'm not sure which one is TP32. It's got to be that one there. Let's see if we find my capacitor again, and I'll touch that. I'll touch the aerial to TP32 then. But the problem is it's not amplifying it because the preamp's not kicking in. But it's potentially before the preamp, because I would have thought the preamp, if I go in there with a strong signal, it would be okay. But anyway, let's try test point 32 just to put your mind at rest, which is that one. No, nothing there. Let's say the only place I'm getting any signals if I touch it to the gate. If I touch it to the gate of this one here, then I'm getting a signal. I mean, putting a signal here isn't going to tell me a lot, is it, really? Unless it's almost like there's something back further from that, this here, that's causing the problem. Well, saying that, if I'm putting a signal directly here, that's cancelling this lot out, isn't it? So maybe it is further along then. Maybe it is further along. Yeah, so putting the aerial wire there is not working, Les. You know, if I put it here, then I can get a signal through. But it's not strong enough. I'm wondering whether we got a problem with this thing here, but is there a test point to test this crystal? But saying that, it wouldn't be working at all if that crystal was open, surely. Or would it still push a signal through? Could be one of those diodes in the signal path. So what? You mean maybe this one, D26, Nick? That's the only diode in the signal path, unless you mean D25 as well. And we've got D23 and D24. I'm just wondering if I put a signal in here with the generator and look at this with the scope, I should see an increase, shouldn't I? I should see a bigger waveform. If I just put an RF signal, or is that going to kill this? If I put a big, well, I don't need to put a big, I can put a small RF signal on that and just see if it is amplifying through here. But it does seem to pick up when I do that. I think that is working. I mean, I'm getting the voltages, look, 3.4 and 0.8, which is right on there, and nothing on this one, 0 on that. So that, I think that's correct, that one. Might be worth checking this diode though, like Nick says, D26. So we just kill the power to it. Just check that with the diode test. We've got to find D26, mind you. Which could be anywhere on here because it's all microscopic stuff. I've got a feeling it's on the other side of the board. We've got a cluster of diodes there. So you just go back to the board layout. Yeah, so D26 is this one here. 423. So I can test all of these. Should be able to test them in circuit. Let's check that. Let's get some cameras sorted out a minute. Let's go with the overhead camera. Just focus that in, Graham. All right, so this is the diodes here. These four. One of these is D26, and the other one's D27, and the other D23, D24. Yes, this one of these here. That one's okay. Yep. Yep. Yeah, diodes are good. Diodes check out all right. Guessing D24's on flip side, not seen it on the board, that's why you mentioned C84. Try injecting 55845 into crystal, modulated 1 kilohertz. 55845. .845. Modulated. Uh, 1 kilohertz. Let's go 1 millivolt. Don't want to go mental. Let's use our thing. Okay, put your antenna lead on either side of D24. Okay, let's try that in a minute. I'm getting instructions. Let's turn it back on again. And lo and behold it. So put my antenna lead on either side of D24. Just find out which one's D24 a minute. So D24 is the one nearest to 2 resistors. That's that. Okay. Let's do it then. Before I put a signal in. So here, hang on, it's doubling with the SIGGEN. Yeah, you can hear it there. Hang on, I need to get this rigged up a little bit better because it, like, not attaching to the aerial very well. Let's try that. Right. So you can hear it there. Other side. Very weak still, bizarre, but you can hear it. So let's look at what let's look at what Roger's saying. Try injecting 55845 into crystal modulated at 1 kilohertz. So where's our crystal then? That's the next thing. Where the hell have they put that to? It's there, so it's should be coming through there. Yeah. So crystal is here. Let's get the signal generator out. Let's find a ground again, which is easier said than done on this thing. Okay, let's just check where we are, what camera I'm on. Yeah, so this here is the crystal. Both sounds when I touch it. So here's our signal. Are we going both sides of that, Roger? Let's try it then. Hang on. Let's turn the signal generator on, would be useful, wouldn't it? Well, that's definitely working. Let's try that lower amplitude. So 0.5 millivolts. That's working. What does that tell us, Roger? You need to be checking Q3, the long wave, medium wave amp, but it's the same on all AM. Bizarre, it's not just long wave, medium wave, unless that would affect everything. It's weak on all AM. What have I got here? What is this? No, that's be 600. Yeah. Definitely is working, but AGC then. Roger's saying check the AGC. Bizarre saying check Q3. Yeah, Q3. Q3's on the other side of the board, probably. Yeah, Q3's on the other side of the board. So that one there. Q3 is that one there. That's the bar antenna amplifier though, a bizarre Q3. Q3 is Q3 is, if I can get my camera right, that little one down there. Oh, that one there. But that's the bar antenna amplifier. But the issue's still there whether we got bar or the other one. A long wave, medium wave, a different path to short wave. So, I don't even know why they chose Q to designate. I don't know. Because T, I suppose, was transformer, isn't it? It's a bizarre saying medium wave is a different path to short wave. So all AM is not the same RF path. Yeah. I sort of hear what you're saying there, bizarre. We're just getting near it with a signal generator is firing it into. So what is Les saying? Can you feed a medium wave signal from the signal generator into the RF amp? Right, RF amp. Which RF amp do you mean, Les? Circuit good there, go back. Let's get back to the block diagram. I think that's probably easier to work out where the signal's going. If I can get onto it. So let's go to the screen again. So we've put a signal in here which sort of goes through. I mean, I haven't tried putting a signal through with a signal generator on the RF amp. Oh, hang on, that's Les again. That could be Les again. Les line. Hello? Right, Les? Yeah. Yeah. You mean through the preamp or further on? Right. Let's just put you on speaker, Les.
With that mixer station, if you go along with the sig Jenny up to that mixer station, see what happens there, Graham.
All right, so we'll inject at the preamp first then.
Let's go through like that. See what if the signal increases, so we can figure out where it's getting lost, basically.
Right, so carry on through the mixer stage as well, or up to the mixer stage?
Only up to the mixer stage so far, because we know the other side. You've got the 55 megs, fine. So you've got to go in on the other side, through the RF stage, right through to see what's happening. Because that signal, as it goes through that RF stage, it should drop down.
Yeah.
Because you're bypassing the RF stages.
Yeah.
To give you some idea where the signal's getting lost or what's going on there.
All right, Les.
You follow that all right, Greg?
I think so, mate. Yeah. So.
All right, I'll leave it to it, pal.
All right. Cheers, Les.
Yes, bye, bye, bye.
Cheers. Bye. Bye. Well, that was the Les line. Thanks, Les. Again. So basically what Les is saying is to inject an RF signal from the generator through here at the start of the preamp, other side of the preamp, come through, inject it into the mixers, Q17 and Q18, I think. So start from here and go back through, unless we're starting further back still. We could start at T2, I suppose, couldn't we? Yeah, we could start at T2. That's not going to gain us anything, is it? So let's try that. So if we put in, say, I don't know, let's go 1 megahertz frequency, 1 megs. Let's tune the radio to 1 megs. 1 megs. Let's lock that. Right. So we've got that test point there. So we're getting through on that test point. What's T? That was test point. Which screen are we on? Are you on the? Yeah, you're on this with me, right? So that's the other side of the preamp. I think I've just probed. That's T3. Let's go on to our schematic. So I've just put the signal on TP32 there. It's quite a weak signal, but it is getting through. So I need to come back and put it on. So I'm just trying to think if I need to put it on the other side. Balanced mixer. Yeah, so I put it on TP32, that is working. Let me just do that again. It's quite a weak signal, that's 500, if I put one, hang on, 1 millivolt on it, should be a better signal. Yeah. So if I'm injecting an RF signal there at TP32, that is getting through. So if I try then at the FET, which is this one here, the input to that one. Just flip the board back over, find somewhere to connect to, connect the ground to, that is. Jet there. That's getting through as well. So if I'm injecting here, it's getting through. Here it's getting through, so that must mean it's not there. Yeah, so I've injected there and that's getting through. I've injected there and it's getting through. I need to quickly nip to the loo. So I'll be back in a second. Don't go away. Okay, right, where were we? Okay. Are you sure it's not before the FET that we've got the issue? Because it seems to me if we inject at the input of the FET, let's just get the screen. No, not that one. Hang on, I've got to change to the screen first before we go on to it. Scones. I'm just wondering if it's before that. I'm wondering if it's before that. Let me just go back to the schematic again a minute. Because, I mean, unless I'm cracking up, if I'm putting a signal here at the gate of this FET and it's going through fine, I can hear it in the speaker, no problem at all. I'm also putting it here and I can hear it in the speaker. Surely that means everything downstream is okay. Should I not be looking back this way? Should I not be injecting that signal here perhaps and seeing if it gets through this side of it, or gets through this bit, or even it could be these two inductors here, I suppose. Could be one of them open. Coming back further, if we follow these arrows here back, what have we got here? They would come out of the bandpass filter, then it could be something back here somewhere. You know, or am I barking up the wrong tree? Could it be that this thing is knackered? I think we need to be going back rather than forward in the circuit, don't we? Or am I talking out of my back body? Oh dear. No, because like before I changed all the caps bizarre and did everything to it, AM was okay. It was distorted on sideband, but it was obviously the audio section was knackered on it, because if you turned the volume down it went up, if you turned it up it went down, and it was all over the place. So the audio section was pretty shot in it. I think we need to come back to T2. I think we need to come back maybe to T2 and inject either side of that. So if I can find out where L46 is, I mean I can come back here really, L45 if I can find that. It's a strange one, isn't it? It's a strange one. Alright, where's my SIG-gen lead? Let me just make sure I'm still barking up the right tree here. So we're injecting there. Yeah, okay, so let's come back. T2 then. I can't. Where's L45 and L46? I think we'll go T2 first. If I go to the left of T2 and it's still going through okay, then I need to come back a bit further, I think. So see if I can find this then. Obviously I know where T2 is. Gonna have to go the other side of the board though for that. So let's go input. Yeah. Okay. So it's going through T2. Just check that. So I need to find L45 and L46. Let's get to the board layout. Got to be at the top here somewhere. Has it got the inductors on here? No, they're not being that nice to me, are they? L45 and L46, where are you? Okay, they could be chips, not actual coils. Just inductors. L52, L43, R45, R56. I've forgotten what the bloody things were now. L52 is there. I think L52 was one of them, wasn't it? That's on the other side of the board. I'll tell you what, they don't make it easy. I think it's on that side of the board anyway. No, it's not. Let's get the chat back up again a minute. Knock the signal down a tad. Let's go 0.1. It's 100 microvolts. Let's just check that. Just trying to think where I was probing then. I was on the other side of the board. I was still trying to find these inductors. So make sure I'm still right. Right, that's much a lower signal now. So I'm putting in 100 microvolts at the moment. Let's come back to T2. Let's come back to T2. Yeah, it's getting through still. Okay, that's a smaller signal. I've just got to find these inductors. Ernest, you turn the chicken in the air fryer. Yeah. Right, I've got to find these, and I forgot what the hell they were now. Which ones they were? L45 and 46, where the hell are they? L45 and L46. C81, C82. L45 and L46. I'm going to have to write that down because I'm going to forget that as soon as I go off it. L45. L45. L46. So 45 is first or second. C81 and C82. So let's see if we can find them on this flipping board layout. Right, inductors, L36, 39, L42 is here. Why is it over here? Oh no, 45 and 46 I want. L44. This is all over the place, this board, isn't it? I thought it would be over there. So let's see if it's on the other side of the board. Aha. Aha, there we are. L45 and L46 are here. So let's check those. Incidentally, we have got a via there, haven't we? Could be interesting. Right, what view are you on at the moment? So L45 and L46 then are on the other side of the board. Let's go on the overhead camera then. Make sure that you're in shot a minute. No, you're not. Okay, so you need to be over here somewhere. It's L45 and 46. I think it's these here. So let me just double check that. So I've turned the signal generator right down now. It wasn't overly high to start with, to be fair. Oh, hang on. Q17. So we got our diodes. Coming up the top, we got resistors, capacitors. One, two, three. Okay, yeah, so it's these black ones here. Just double check that you're in the shot. Yeah, it's these black ones here, these top two. That's where we're looking. Yeah, okay, so let's go first with the top one, which is L45, which is the first one. Nothing. L46? No. Not getting a signal through those. Just double check. Okay, hang on. My earth's come off. That's why. Let's try that again. Sense check. Oh, okay. So it's stronger there. Than it is there. It's about the same, isn't it? So that's TP, that's test point 32 there. It's weaker there, but I'm after the preamp, aren't I? So this is okay. So it's got to be before those inductors then. It's got to be further back. Keep going. Keep on. Back to the schematic. Where on earth are we going now? So I've injected here at L45 and it's getting through. No problem. No problem. So coming back this way now, following these arrows backwards, we're going this line here. We're coming up to here, test point 7 by C79. Ooh. Let's get the chat up. Keep on keeping on. Now check either side of D5. Where are you seeing D5? Oh, D5 is right up here. Oh, I see. That's our signal path. Yeah. Okay. I'm looking too far back, aren't I? So let's find D5 then. Yeah, good call, Bazaar. Let's find D5. Where is that? So that might be listed on our board layout. Let's have a look. D5 is at C22. So it is there on this side of the board. Okay. So we can stick a signal either side of that then and see if that one does any good. That one is, where is that then? Okay, I see D5. D5, I believe, is that a one. Try that. Are we ready? Signal there. Signal there. So it's going through D5. We're going back. We are going back further then. What? We're going to find something that I've done, aren't we? Something stupid that I have done. Where do we go from here? So we've just tested D5. We've got a signal coming down through there. Test point 9, which is right on test point 9, or is that 5? I can't see. But surely this part of the section is fed from the ferrite now, isn't it? Or is that the same with both? So do I now need to be going on? Let me have a look. Yeah, that's the ferrite rod. So where does the aerial come into it then? External aerial's coming in there. It's not working in any of these. Just wonder whether we're a bit premature and whether we need to be checking out something that feeds this lot, if it's coming from the bar antenna, or is it somewhere it's split in between this and the bar antenna. Bandpass filter, maybe something through there, I don't know. Okay, Where are we going next? The gate of Q3. Tracing back to the cause on the ferret. Yeah, the thing is, it's not working on the bar antenna or the one. I mean, we could be going back to the bloody switch in the aerial plug. Failing. You know, that's where we could be going here. You know that, don't you? So we need to find Q3 next. So let's have a look on my thing, see where Q3 is. C23, it's got to be right beside it then. It is. It's this one here, which is that one there. So I need to be going on the gate of that one, which is here. Let's go there then. This little one here. I think we're coming back to the antenna switch, you know, so it's going through there. It's getting weaker though. Is it getting weaker or is it me? That one's here. That's definitely weaker. Weaker. So you think that looks suspect? What is it though, when have I got one to test? Q3. SK508. Well, I've got a 2SK508 K51. That says it's a K52. I don't know whether that's the whether that makes any difference. The K52 or K51. Let's Google it a minute. 2SK508G. G. Just K508 high frequency amplifier and channel silicon. G green package. Rank. Package type. Oh, rank. Okay. Rank is going to be the amplification rated of it, isn't it? K51, yeah, that's slightly different. K52. Yeah. We could be getting my other board out. It's worth checking the voltages on this first though. So I've got a K51, not a K52. I suppose it would be better than nothing, but that's a bummer, isn't it? I can pinch one off another board. Let's check the voltages on this thing first though. So it should be 4.1 and 1. Let's check that a minute. Right. Gotta love these. Let's just clip that on. So he's messing around with two probes. So we have got 4.6, eh? Oh, hang on. Yeah, 4.1 and 1. So yeah, we're a little bit high and a little bit low. I mean, should have nothing on there. I don't think that one's too bad. I don't know. We can change it and see, but a little bit high voltage on this side. I don't know what we're looking for on test point 8. Is that the B plus line? Well, it's B plus. What is the voltage on it? So we've got a voltage divider there. It's coming back through. Yeah, we've got 0 on that one. Yeah, I'm not sure what we're supposed to have on test point 8. Let's just check what you guys are saying. Costi. Welcome, Costi. Oh, there you are then. So you said it's very suspect with voltages. So it's a little bit high. It's not massively high. I mean, yeah, it's not massively high, is it? 4.6 is. What did I say? 4.9? 4.6. So it's half a volt high on that. It'll take me 2 minutes to change it. I've just got to find yeah, I don't know what the B plus should be though, bizarre. Should it be 4.5 volts? Test point 8. And what is test point 8? So B plus is, I don't know what screen you're on here. Are you looking at, oh, you're looking at this still. Let's go overhead camera. So I think probably that there is our B plus, I suspect, which is 4.9 volts. Well, that looks like that test point. Yeah. Yeah, so we've got 4.9 volts up there. So obviously this resistor network's dropping it down to 4.5. Bearing in mind these are probably taken with a different multimeter than I've got, so I think that's okay, you know. Although putting a signal on the gate didn't really amplify through it. I was getting a better signal at test point 9. So it's not really amplifying, is it? Let me see if I can find another board. I did have a spare board here somewhere, but where the hell have I put it? I got one that was absolutely, yeah, this is my spares board. Okay. I got one that was hot wired by somebody in Germany. And I do have one on there. So I can't test this board because basically all the traces are gone. Got absolutely butchered. And I've pinched pieces off this board. Now I was going to repair this. I was going to wire it all back in, but okay, let's get busy. Let's get that one off then. We'll replace it with the other one. Again, I don't know the condition of the other one. I can't say it's definitely right. I have got a brand new one, but it's not, I don't know if that's the ampage it will take, or whether that's the, what am I trying to say? Whether it's anything to do with the gain of it, I don't know, but it needs to be the right one ideally. So let's just prop this up with something so it doesn't get anything melted. Let's get the main camera in shot now for this. Are the leads from the ferrite rod correct? So the ferrite rod's not in circuit at the moment. Bizarre, but yeah, they're all marked on the board. Just let me have a look at this board a minute, potentially. No, that's missing that as well. I've got to make sure I haven't knocked a component off here, you see, because they're so tiny. There's missing components about on the board, but they're not on this board either. So yeah, this is my spare board. You can see someone had hot wired this. So I've taken all of the wires off and cleaned all these traces. They were shorted and the pads had lifted. It was a hell of a state. Same here, look. So I was intending to use some Kynar wire and redo that, but I never got around to it. Yeah, dowel strings. We don't want to be going anywhere near those. They are the work of the devil. The only one that can do them is David. He did a lovely job on that radio, by the way, didn't he? That me and Jeff sorted out for him. Right, this is the problem. The damn thing. This ribbon cable wants to get in the way all the time. Let's get you a bit of a better angle for the dangle. So we need to get this ribbon cable out of the way, or flat flex cable as Sony called them. They call them other things. I've got to try and stick that back somehow. Bear with me, let me get some tape. Stick that back somewhere out the way. We'll swap this over, but I still think we're not there yet. I might be wrong, but as I say, this is the ferrite rod amp. Right, now we can sort of see it. You're a bit of a funny angle, aren't you? I wonder if I can get in any better with this. So look what the overhead camera looks like. That might be better. Let's try that one then. That's better. Yeah, it's a bit fuzzy picture because I'm in so close, but this is the one I've got to get off here. Let's chuck the air on then and let's pop him off. Well, the air is tangled up on everything at the moment. Let's get the one off the other board. No, that's not going to work. Screw that out of there. Yeah, I need to tack it down first, really. Let's get me little soldering iron tip out. Let's get the massive great one off. Another drop of the old Wainwright. Let's get that out of the way. Right. Bit of flux. grab the little microscopic monster. Come on. Go straight. I can't see it underneath. I can't see it properly, really. I need the microscope. We got a light on the microscope. Is the microscope working? Let's have a look. Okay. Let me just, I've got to get that out of the way to get this in the way, if you know what I mean. So, bear with me. Put a bit of light on the subject. Yeah, that one ain't no good. Wow. Oh, hang on, this is. I thought that was a crack in it then for a minute. I thought that was a crack. Oh, you're a bit too close, aren't you? If I come up higher, I can zoom out a bit more. There we are. That's a bit better. I thought that was a crack in that. Luckily, it's not. But I can actually see it now, so. There we go. Job done. It is easier with that, isn't it? Right. Try again. Let's zoom you out a bit. Oh, I've got so many things in the way here. It's a ferrite rod issue. A Beerlit 700. Nice. That's pretty good, Bob. Okay, let's have a look then. Where were we? So that's our ferret back on. Let's hook her back up. $150. Let's pop it back to 1,000 or 1 meg. Get the signal generator set up for that. Let's see what our voltages are now then, because it was 4.5 5. I think it was okay personally, but you know. Nothing there. 4.6 there, which is exactly the same. And 0.8 there, which is slightly higher, but not a massive amount. Right. Let's get our signal generator. Let's go on that one. Weak, stronger, weak, stronger. It's no different. No different. JJ, how are you doing, mate? The ferret has to be connected. Well, we're trying to find something. The ferrite is not the issue, I don't think. You know, that ferret amplifier is not the issue. I've still got a funny feeling it's a aerial socket, but where do we check that to, you know? Where do we check that to? Because there's lots of lovely switches in that. Rob Thomas, how you doing, mate? Well, the thing is, I'm replacing the ferrite with the signal generator. So this is now my signal. I don't need the ferrite connected to inject a signal in to the front end of that amp, do I? Because this is replacing the ferrite. I'm sticking an RF signal directly into it. So why do I need the ferrite connected? Unless that's doing something to it, I don't know. But bear in mind, it's not working on any AM. So if we go back to the schematic, so obviously you can trace this back and it comes back to the ferrite. Well, as I say, I was injecting directly into that with an RF signal. So really it's bypassing the ferrite. Surely, unless I'm cracking up and you're telling me different, but surely I'm bypassing that. Please get through to me that it doesn't feed long wave and medium wave, doesn't it? I thought it did. Because I can put the aerial in there and it works for medium wave, long wave as well. I know on some of the radios it doesn't, does it? But this one it does. Like on my Texan, if I plug into the external antenna, it doesn't, it won't work for long wave, medium wave, but this one does. This one will work on long wave and medium wave through the aerial socket. So I'm not sure whether we got our wires crossed or I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, Bizarre. I don't know. Risk of it running up your trouser leg. Oh dear. So yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking if one of these switches is knackered inside here, that's switching this area, or that one there, or there's all sorts of weird. There's switches here, switches there, look. You know, that's switching in this AGC thing here. I mean, you know, am I cracking up bizarre? The circuit shows no path from the antenna jack to long wave, medium wave. So if I'm plugged in here, let's have a look. That would make that my line. It would go through this switch, out through there. Yeah, surely it would go down through there, wouldn't it? Bizarre. If it's coming through this way, isn't it? Or is that just... is that stopping it, that diode? But I can definitely tell you, if you plug an antenna into here, it improves AM right the way through, long wave, medium wave, everything. It does improve it an awful lot. I haven't got one here that I can demo it on, really. Well, I might have. I don't know. I don't know if I've got a working one, that's the only thing. Yeah, Aaron, but we're able to push a signal through it, aren't we? You see the back-to-back diode config on the external antenna connector to prevent static. These here, D7, 8, 9 and 10. It's probably some sort of weird diode package that I expect. I think I should be fault finding at 10 megs. Yes, I think what JJ is on about is these here. They're static protection, aren't they? Silver mica disease, Roger. Rob wants to connect the ferrite and try it. Okay, let's do it. Let's connect the ferrite back up. I will double check on the circuit around that we haven't got any what's his names? Nothing shorted in that area, because everything is really close. That's yellow over there. For the sake of this, I'll do it, but you can't really go wrong with these because they are all marked. So just double checking. I have checked this. I haven't knocked a component off of there. There's nothing lives there. I did double check that just in case, but you know, you never know. Could have done, couldn't it? Right, just connect a yellow one first because that's sort of. The hardest one to get to, if you know what I mean. Oh, see, Kai, I hate this. Yellow. What else you got? Green. Come on, green. Green. Black. And neutral. Nope. Main, that's what I want. Too many cameras. Okay, so that's the ferret connected back up. Plugged in. Still very, very weak. You know, there's nothing there. As I say, if I connect an external antenna up, it will improve it. You know, it doesn't say shortwave antenna, it says external antenna, you know? External AM antenna. So I'm sure I'm not cracking up, Mr. Bizarre. Let me just plug this in so you can hear what we're like at the moment. Let's just turn that up a bit. So if I plug the antenna in, there is an improvement. So no signal. So it definitely works for AM as well as shortwave. I mean, somebody earlier said about the Michael, how are you? Otherwise Q2 and Q3 are not properly in circuit. Let's go back to the schematic again a minute, because I'm struggling to get my head around this. Turn that down. So if we're looking at the schematic, this is the external AM external antenna connector, yeah? So that basically switches out the telescopic there, lets our signal come down through here, and then we've got our DX, normal and local. Now this works on the ferrite rod aerial as well, this control. So with a ferrite rod it attenuates the signal. You can see our ferrites coming up through here, so we've got the medium wave, long wave RF amps. But how is this controlled then? You know, why is this operate on medium wave and long wave as well if it's not connected through that aerial switching? J1, J2. Yeah, it's a mystery. So any improvement with an antenna plugged in can only be accidental coupling, because there's no intentional path from the antenna jack to the long wave, medium wave RF stages. Valdir, how are you, mate? Gier, how are you? So what you're saying is this switch here shouldn't work either. That's what I'm getting at. You're saying the normal local DX switch shouldn't work either. And Nick's agreeing that it's accidental coupling. Okay. Thanks, Rob. The game commences. So are we saying that we could have a problem with the AGC? Bearing in mind that this is the same for shortwave as well as long wave, medium wave. The AM is not good. So there's something that's common to both sides of the radio, which is what I can't work out. Yeah, this is what I can't get my head around. Fix this radio on a shortwave frequency. Bizarre, I think. So if we go shortwave, what are we thinking? Let's go with 10 megahertz then. We'll go that. We'll plug into the external antenna socket. If I can find me thingy. Mr. Carlson, I haven't seen any of his videos for a little while. I am subscribed. Okay, let's connect the aerial in to the SIGGEN. Let's tune to 10 megs. We can hear it. So it is working. I mean, I'm on 100 microvolts. (200 microvolts). It's getting through. But it's not great. It's really weak. Or am I just yeah, this is 200 microvolts now, bizarre. It is deaf. This is the problem with the radio, it's deaf. If I go 500, no, that's that. That's a bit better. It's still not registering on the display. I would have thought it should be, but let's make sure I'm in the. Let's turn that down a bit. I'm sure you don't want to hear that rocket. Where's me local DX? Make sure I'm in the DX position. Yeah. So switch that down. So it disappears at the local position. Yeah. Yeah, I've had the DX local switch apart and I can clean that. That's working fine. Unless, as I say, someone said it could maybe be diodes. And could it be these diodes? I don't know. Oh, that's gone off. Stop it. Let's see what signal level we need to put into it to get a response. You sure the AGC's not knackered? Is this what our problem is? Now we've just about, oh, you can't see because my great head's in the way, other way. So you can see we've just about got a signal coming up now at 1 millivolt. If I go up, So I'm up to, still not at the top. There, that's 3.6 millivolts for full scale deflection. So 1 millivolt is just on the scaler. So that's what we're dealing with. It is deficit door now. So we've gone full circle on it, really. We're back to where we started, with it not being any good on reception, which is what the main problem is. That's exactly what the problem is. Let's connect up to the external aerial. Let's say we'll go, is it 5055 for Volmat? Or is it 5505? So that's Volmat, look. No signal level whatsoever. I was just checking that was on the main one. And that's with an external aerial. Normally that would be up near the top, so. Hey, Danish, how are you, mate? Send it to Nick, he fix. Yeah, you're definitely right, Nick. No way. I pulled on it. So this is the problem. It's any other ideas? Because I'm confused. Deficit dodo. So as I say, it is the same on medium wave, long wave and short wave. So surely it's got to be in the IF stage, and if we've ruled out the RF side of it, should we be looking at the IF? But then we did inject the IF at the crystal, didn't we? And it was fine, although it's a bit of a big signal, but it could be. It could be. So it's not looking good, is it? Shannon Volmat, I can hear you, but I'd like to hear you better. Cheers, Derek. IFM issue. Bob still don't think we've ruled out a problem near the mixer oscillator section. Where are we going next then? Do the finger technique on the diodes. There's thousands of diodes in this thing, JJ. So let's we need to get these wires off again. I can't get the board up with the ferrite wires in the way, with the ferrite wires still connected. To have a look at the other side. I'm still wondering whether my capacitors are too high in ESR for it, you know. So, I mean, shall we try, controversial I know, but shall we try giving the IF a tweak? Or should we be injecting at the IF? You're winding me up, JJ, are you? Yeah, Danish, I know. We've got the whole shooting match here. It's either we've sort of ruled out the RF section. Seems to be okay, doesn't it? You even changed the ferret amplifier, which I must put that other one back on the other board. Because that one's, I'm sure that one's okay. Let's do that while I think of it. While you're thinking of my next move, I think trimming the IF using the. Let me just get this one back in a minute. I'm just gonna put this resistor back on. I don't know where you're with me. Yeah, incidental coupling. It is strange how it does. I mean, I was convinced it would. What screen am I on? Let's come back onto this screen then. So we're back on this. I mean, we're putting a signal through the RF stage. But maybe it's not amplifying it enough through the IF section. Oh, you've not established that the shortwave RF stages are okay, really? Okay. I was hoping we had. But so are you telling me that the shortwave doesn't go through the balance mixer, because we've checked all of that, haven't we? Right, okay. But what I can't get my head around, bizarre, is it's deaf on both. It's deaf on the long wave, medium wave ferrite, and it's deaf on the short wave aerial. It's deaf on both. It's not just one or the other. If there was no issue, if there was an issue in the short wave RF stage, but not the ferrite, like long wave, medium wave stage, then we would think that there's something wrong with the shortwave stage, but it's the same on both. We've proven that the RF stage is okay on medium wave, long wave, which puts you further into the radio, surely. I mean, it could be we've got a problem with one of these IF transistors. You know, the first AM IF amp is Q19. You know, do we go there and have a look? I want to get this transistor just put back on the board here a minute while I've got everything out, otherwise it won't get done and I'll need it for something else one day. Let's get back onto my screen here. Yeah, we've tested that one. Yeah, injected it at the crystal, gave a really good signal, Bob. Oh, where did that go? You gotta love these things, haven't you? I'm just messing about putting this back on the board a minute, on the donor board. Rob, oi! You back with us or you never left? If you mean the local DX switch, yeah, that's been sorted, Rob. Yeah, that one's back on. No, I didn't have the microscope thing on, but I've just popped that transistor back on my spare board. So we have got a spare board, so we can try things off of that board if we need to. Oh, it could be a hint. Right. As I say, it's deaf on medium wave, long wave and short wave, so it's got to be in the IF, surely, isn't it? I will have a look under the microscope just to make sure. Does the manual have an alignment step with suggested IF levels? It doesn't really. It gives you, let's get back to the alignment section. So it just gives you this for the AM IF adjustment. So basically 400 Hertz, 30% AM modulation, output levels low as possible, antenna close to the setting the headphone jacks into your VTVM. Well, I'll stick that into my test set. Tune it to whatever frequency you've got it set at and adjust T4 and T5 for maximum output level. Final response should be as illustrated below. Well, you know, it doesn't give you a level as such. I don't know if there's anything in the specs. Let's have a look at the specs at the top. No, it doesn't give you any references that I can see. Specification, disassembly. No, it gives you nothing. Bizarre. They say a lot of receivers do, don't they? Thanks for the super chat, Rob. Yeah, so I could hear the volume okay, but it's just low, really low level, isn't it? So I'll have a look over the IF section a moment just to see I'm not cracking up. I haven't dropped anything on there or shorted anything out. So a quick look over it with a microscope. Right, okay, so this is the board. These are the two IF transformers, I believe. Can't see anything wrong, that's just a bit of plastic there. I mean, this is where we injected the 55845 in. And we did it both sides and it was fine. It was really strong actually. You know, I've got a gap there that's got nothing in it. Let's just double check the other board. Make sure we haven't knocked something off the board, you know. It's easily doable, especially when you're putting hot air on the other side, but let me check this board. Where are we? Where are we? We're down there by that. Ah, there is a component there. There is a component there. This one, this little boy, is on that board, not on that board. Interesting. Interesting. Let me see what that is. It looks like, again, it might not be needed on this board, but it does look like there was something on there, doesn't it? Let's just go in a bit closer there a minute. Just bear with me. Yeah, I don't know. Would you say that there was something on there before? What do you think? No, this is not a known working set. It's a spares board. But it does, I mean, I might have just touched that with the thing. There's no blob of glue in the middle to say it was connected. Look. Let's look on the schematic a minute and have a look. I think it's an inductor, yeah. It looks like it is. Let's have a look on the board. Well, on the schematic even. Alright, which side of the board am I on? I'm on this side, aren't I? So let's have a look. That, we're over here, that's all crystal. There's our two IF transformers. Let me get this the right way round. It's like that, that. And that little thing is just here. No, it's a resistor, R64. R64, it's a resistor. Let's have a look what R64 does. Where are we? Where's our IF section? R64, where are you? BFO, balance mixer. Where's our IF section on this bloody circuit? Come on. RF. PL out. Ah, here we go. BFO. Right, what did I say it was? R. So it's down here. Is it R65? Bear with me while I just go back up and have a look. R64. R64. Well, it's showing on the schematic. Oh, I've lost it again now. I've zoomed in too quick. Yeah, there, look. 47 ohms, R64. Feeding into the center tap, connected in with this electrolytic. So it looks like we should have a 47 ohm resistor there. Interesting. We haven't. Oh dear, is this what the problem has been all along? Powers the balance mixer. Bob was right again. Bob's always right. Thank you, Ben and Sandra. I don't know if that popped up or not. I don't know. It's a mystery. Have we found it? I said it had to be something that happened when I did it, because it was working fine before, wasn't it? Well, it wasn't working fine, but you know what I'm saying. It wasn't. That wasn't the problem before. Put it that way. Let's pinch the one off this donor board for now, because I know it's the right size. If I can find it, it's down here somewhere. Oh, there it is. We can come back out a bit now, can't we? What a numpty. That is the monster in the middle. Let's have them off. The electric cap in the balance mixer stage could be leaky. I think that we've done that one, Les, haven't we? You've seen they're tantalums, so it should be all right. Yeah, I haven't got one that small anyway. Resistor, that is. Before anyone says anything. Now the microscope's glitching again. Hang on. I can't really put the air station down because it blows against all of my cables to my hi-fi. Well, it's more of a lo-fi than a hi-fi really, but you know. That's where you got to go. Wow. You know, we were sort of in the right area, weren't we? Let's just get a clean set of tweezers. Get off. Right. Tants want to be fireworks. They might do in higher voltage stuff, but I don't think they're going to do much in one of these sets. I really thought it was something to do with the blimmin' ESR of them, you know. I was convinced that that was the problem. But I was wrong. It's me all along. I must have knocked that one off. But then saying that, it's nowhere to be seen, is it? You'd think it'd be stuck to the board somewhere. It might still be. I'm going to have to go over this board with a fine tooth comb. Is there such a thing as a fine tooth comb? I can't. It's at the wrong angle, isn't it? It's at the wrong angle. Are you going to be good and solder for me? Yes. It's taken us the whole stream to sort this out. If it is, oh, I hope it is this. I hope it is this. It's got to be, isn't it? It's got to be. Okay. The joys of microscopic components. Let's try again, shall we? A lack of series resistance. Don't sneeze. Costy. Q17, Q18. Good of you to join us anyway, mate. You know, the only I've got to have knocked that off. I mean, that you know, it's me. Got to be me, innit? I've caused myself an awful lot of work there for no reason. Potentially, you know, we're not out of the woods yet, people. Let's just power on then. Let's put our antenna in. 198.
His alphabet. A for accelerate, B for bogey bits, C for the twizzle stick of the suspension coil, D for the deep whiff of holy diesel oil.
Oh my God.
A word. School says he won't speak.
I hate these radios.
Won't nurse the right rhymes. They mistranslate his chuffing for nothing.
What a nightmare. I mean, look at the signal strength on it. Oh, I just turned it off now. Signal strength is full whack now, look. Thanks, Rob. Thanks for that confidence. Well, thank you for the super chat, Rob. Most appreciated, mate. What a nightmare. What a pain in the backside. So all of my thoughts about problems with it and is this right, is that right? No, it was me all along. All along. It was me. I did a really nice job of doing all the capacitors on that, but god dear. They just don't like me, these radios, do they? So it looks like we're going to be looking at the other ones next week. Doesn't it? What a game. But good fun anyway. It is good fun, isn't it? if you got something that's working, it ain't anywhere near as interesting as something that ain't working, is it? And we did some good logical fault finding then, thanks to you guys, that some should help other people out in the future. Just remember, watch out, don't eat the yellow snow, and don't blow components off the board. Turn the airflow down. Yeah, but I think it didn't look like I'd blown that off. It looked like it had been knocked off, so I might have just knocked it off when I was putting that soldering that other capacitor on. That's what it looked like. So we're going to have to put this one as to be continued, people. I was hoping to get down and watch the Grand Prix, but it started at 5. Oh, hello. Something's going on. Are we still live? Yeah, we are. It is Les is amazing. Gold star for Les. And a black mark for Graham. This is one last screw. Right, final test. The final test. That's on the built-in ferret. Full scale. That's amazing. Binter Vision, thank you very much for subscribing. Rob, thank you. I don't know if the noises are coming up with that. Audio not synced. It's just all of my stuff in here, bizarre. That's, oh, my audio's not synced. Strange. Or the audio on the things aren't. I don't know. It might be that I need to have the desktop audio turned on for those notifications. I'm really not sure. Oh, wasn't, is it 961? There's a station. That's pretty good for here, to be fair, on a ferret. Oh, did I miss your super chat, Chris? Ah, yes. Thank you, Chris. But I think the notification thing missed it, mate. Hey, Jerry. How you doing, mate? I wouldn't say yours is going to be as straightforward, but it might be. I wish it was. I wish it was. So yeah, we've got Jerry's radio coming up, and we've got Ernest's and Vincent's Pro 80s. So Gordon's, oh no, Jerry's, no hang on, Jerry, I'm getting you confused with Gordon. Yours is the 2001 D's, isn't it, Jerry? I'm getting me G's mixed up. I think I need the desktop audio switched on for the notifications, but I don't know why they're not coming up. They were, weren't they, originally? Strange. Yeah, control audio via OBS. I don't know, they did work originally, didn't they? But maybe it's because I've got my desktop audio turned off. Oh, the S meter is far too sensitive. Yeah. There is no adjustment for it. As I say, we could have a similar problem with Ernest. So I've been over this board though, over and over it. It's actually in about 65 pieces, this board. This is a Pro 80. Won't be looking at this one today, but again, I need to go through maybe and just double check there's no gaps anywhere on any of the components. I think this one is the transformers though. I think this one's got toasted transformers because we've had a look at this one already once before. So I think that one could be a bit of a basket case, but we'll see. We might be able to fix it. Let's hope so. Whew. What a game, isn't it? Vincent, you'll be watching, yeah. Yours, I've got Ernest's, Gordon's, and then yours, Vincent. All three not working. Well, working of sorts, but not quite good enough. Thanks, Sandra. And thanks for me, Prezi, as well. So I'm going to call it a day there. Go down and probably do catch up or rewind the Grand Prix if I can do it. But nice to see another one fixed anyway. We just went round the houses, didn't we? We went all the way around the houses to try to fix that, but it was, well, yeah. That's it then, people. That's it for today. Hope you've enjoyed that. I know it's great to have the participation and everybody chipping in and trying to sort out what it is. It's been interesting to be sure. To be sure. See, I had T4 and T5 was on my list. I was on my list. I would have got there. But I thought we'd get the head under the microscope first and just have a look, see if there was any issue there. And sure enough, there it was. Certainly was a lot of looking through schematics. Really interesting, really interesting. You learn something every time, don't you? There we go. Cheers all. Yeah, but it should be next week. Vince, it took me all that time just to get to that one thing, didn't it? Anyway, have a good one, people, and thanks again for the subs and the tips and everything. So I've got to try and find which is my so catch you soon. Bye for now.